his first sprint podium last time out in Mandalika for Trackhouse Aprilia. There was a mechanical for Juan Mir on the factory Honda, which left him 12th fastest. Frankie Morbidelli was 14th after a rather high-speed get-off at the first corner. Of course, we are joined this weekend by Hollis Bargaro on the KTM, Lorenzo Savadori on the Aprilia, and Michele Pirro on the Ducati. All of our front row starters from the 2024 edition of the Australian Grand Prix sadly missing this weekend through injury. We wish speedy recoveries to Marc Marquez, the world champion, Jorge Martin, the outgoing world champ, of course, and Maverick Vinales. 43 fans, though, out in force, out in their numbers this morning. They got to see Jack Miller lead the way in FP1. Q2 places, of course, up for grabs next in this hour-long practice session. The top 10 go directly through. Matt Bertlow is still to be in the commentary box, talking you through all of this afternoon's action with Jack Appleyard down in pit lane. Jack Miller grabbed the headlines this morning, Lewis, but catching the eye also was Fermin Aldeguer in 4th, Fabio Quartararo in 5th. Those two setting their best times the morning session on their last laps, and crucially, unlike Miller, they did not go for fresh rubber. So Aldeguer, 128.4 on an 18 lap set of tyres. Fabio Quartararo, impressive on the factory Yamaha. His best work, a mid-128 on his 22nd lap of the session. As always as well, the top 18 covered by just over a second.
Just how we like it. We predicted an open weekend in MotoGP here with so many high-profile absentees, and that's exactly what we're getting so far. The Aussie fans that are here and many who aren't here might be heading in this direction. Jack Miller's performances earlier on today, as mentioned, he did put in a brand new medium rear tyre. One of two riders to do that earlier on today. The other was Trackhouse Aprilia's Raul Fernandez.
Here is then Thriller Miller, 18th in the World Championship, 60 points collected. Of course, Jack's future secured a few weeks ago, back on the MotoGP grid in 2026, and he's got good reason to be smiling. Excellent 128.281 this morning. Of course, exciting times ahead for all of the Yamaha riders with the introduction of the new V4 engine concept coming up in the next few months. But Miller will know that the pack will close up as everybody else goes into time attack mode later on this afternoon. This was this morning, though, going through turn 4, the corner named after him, of course, in that rather emotional ceremony that took place here back in 2022. That was the same weekend, unfortunately, when Miller got cleaned out in that very same corner by Alex Marquez.
128.281 was the best we saw from Miller earlier on today. That's around about a second away from the fastest ever MotoGP lap of this circuit. Super close, though. A second this morning, covering the top 17 riders all the way down to Alex Rins on the factory Yamaha, who was in 17th place, which aligns how little margin for error there is coming into this afternoon session. Pedro Acosta just was in Indonesia. He was firmly in the mix, putting his KTM in places where some may feel it doesn't necessarily belong on pure pace. Acosta third quickest as he looks to settle a bit of a score with Phillip Island.
Looking to make up for some lost time. FP1 cancelled on his first Australian MotoGP experience here last year, and then a heavy crash at Siberia. Late on in the sprint, brought him out of the Australian Grand Prix, and this is the shot of the day, without any question, potentially the shot of the weekend. You can see Acosta, yeah, he loved it, we loved it, Pedro. That is breathtaking, that is jaw-dropping. Look at that, turn 3 through Stoner Corner, just a whisker over 200 kilometres an hour. Casey Stoner, of course, who
results go his way. He in the World Championship, and at a circuit which he says does suit his style, even if the results don't necessarily back that up so far. Alex Marquez off to a bright start.
On top 10 in 3 MotoGP starts here previously. For Alex in Phillip Island. Well, as mentioned, it was a very shaky and rocky start to FP1 this morning for double MotoGP World Champion in a very special ceremony a few weeks ago in Misano. Great to see Casey part of this Australian Grand Prix. He led some fans in from the nearby San Remo for a special parade into the Phillip Island circuit, joined by current MotoGP stars Jack Miller, Taylor Aegis and Joel Kelso, already getting the build-up to the Australian Grand Prix. Here we go then, practice underway. Fermin Aldeguer looking incredibly strong this morning. First time all season that Aldeguer has finished the opening practice session inside the top 6. His best FP1, which certainly bodes well, doesn't it, for the remainder of the weekend. A track where he's never qualified off pole position in Moto2 in 3 previous starts. He won the Grand Prix here last year as well. Moto2 after a rather fraught last lap with Aaron Canet. Well, this morning we saw Joan Mir, a bit of a mechanical on his factory Honda lap, putting 12th on the standings, 1 place ahead of his teammate Luca Marini. The Honda charge this morning led by Johan Zarco, 2023 Australian Grand Prix winner in 8th place. And Jack's got a bit of a Honda update for us. Jack, down to you.
Yeah, it was Luca Marini that teased it yesterday, saying to keep an eye on our box because we do have another aerodynamic homologation to use this weekend, and it's on both Joan Mir and Luca Marini's bike. Luca has gone straight out on it this afternoon. It's quite an interesting development for Honda because clearly they've been on a diet. They've not been getting tucked into the Australian sausage rolls and meat pies like us guys in the commentary team, because it's way skinnier on the front, and I imagine having that much skinnier, much narrower front end is going to make it potentially just a little bit more agile and a little bit less susceptible to the buffeting that a lot of these bikes these high winds, which, by the way, you might be able to hear on the microphone, has just picked up slightly from what we had just a couple of hours ago during Moto3 and Moto2. So, Luca Marini out of it at the moment. Hopefully, you might be able to get it out on track. We'll be interested to go for out the second, what the guys start for prep as they go towards time attacking those final 20 minutes.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. HRC were teasing on their social media channels yesterday the prospect of some updated and revised aero for this Australian round, so we'll keep a very close eye, particularly on Luca Marini. So nice to go full commitments, bit of a head shake on that back to Ducati into the 185 km/h Dillon corner. It's their fellow Italian Frankie Morbidelli to give it a tumble this morning. Thankfully, Frankie was able to walk away from the scene of the crime. Finished this morning's session down in 14th place in the Italian.
It's all up. Riders this morning in pre-practice 1 using the soft front tyre, a tyre that they're not expecting to be using when we get into the Grand Prix itself. Vast majority of the field that are out there at the moment, in fact all of the field are either on the medium or the hard front tyre, so it's worth keeping an eye on if you see anyone go down early on. As far as the rear tyre is concerned, around about 80% of the field have gone out there on the soft rear tyre in the second session, which Fabio Quartararo did float as a potential race option on Sunday afternoon. Got the likes of Ralph Fernandez, Lorenzo Savadori on their Aprilias, Paul Espargaro on his KTM, Ayagura and Miguel Oliveira. They're the only riders out on track at the moment on the medium rear tyre.
We've run 3 tracks on our Grand Prix calendar with the Sachsenring and Valencia, where every single tyre in Michelin's allocation is asymmetric in configuration. 12 corners around this spectacular Phillip Island circuit, only 5 of them right, including in those 7 left-handers, is this final corner, turn 12, which generates the highest temperature on the tyres throughout the entire season. So all the tyres reinforced on the left side as Pecco Bagnaia enters the pits and cutting, again, a bit of a projected figure, isn't he? That is the Italian.
Interested to see which of the 2 bikes that he had from this morning he went out on, whether it was the same bike he started this morning or whether the bike he ended this morning's session on. But there was a bit of a slump at the head onto the tank of Mr. Catty there when he came in. Let's see what the body language is for Pecco Bagnaia. He's already shaking his head before he's even pulled that bike to a stop.
At the start of that lap he was on, I noticed he was very unstable on the front end going into the Durham corner. He just looked like he wasn't able to stick it to the attack into the Durham corner, which if you're in that kind of sort of corridor of uncertainty, it's brutal. It's so tough around Phillip Island. Christian Mullin, of course, who joined us this morning, a MotoGP winner himself, World Supersport champion, multiple World Superbike race winner, said if you do not have the confidence, particularly in the front end, throwing into some of these high-speed corners, you're in a whole world of pain. Look at this, he just slumps onto his left arm. Can't quite believe what is going on right now, can he, Pecco Bagnaia?
So Jack tells us that was the bike he started the day on, so that's the same bike he was exasperated with when he started free practice 1, and of course discarded it completely and changed over to his second bike for the second sort of 30 minutes of free practice 1. He might be asking for that bike back again.
Yeah, it might be time to park that rather unruly GP25 at the moment. Pedro Acosta's come flying out of practice in this afternoon session, 1:28.086 on his 3rd lap of this practice session. That is already the fastest time of the day so far. A little bit more temperature around, maybe a little bit more breezy. Conditions certainly already conducive to some fast laps. Acosta threatening the first 1:27 of day 1 here in Australia.
Bezzecchi likewise, of course, with a double long lap penalty to serve. It's in Bezzecchi's interest to qualify on the front row of the grid and get himself out of the front of the race on Sunday afternoon. Of course, he'll be targeting the Tissot Sprint tomorrow afternoon as his real opportunity to sprint tomorrow, which will take place over 13 laps, where Bezzecchi will be penalty free. Of course, he is coming here on the back of 2 sprint wins out of the last 3.
Go then into turn 10, looking closely at Costa. Just ahead of him on the road is Marco Bezzecchi, the Italian, who's still nursing a few bumps and scrapes on his back, which hasn't really been in 100% fitness since his home round in Misano. Taking a couple of big whacks recently, has Bez on the back. He is the first rider then into the 127s in this 19th round season. 7.867 as Bezzecchi comfortably clear of the pursuing pack. Gian Antonio's had a strong start to this practice session as well. Digia into the low 128s. He's already gone 4/10 of a second faster than his FP1 best this morning.
Temperature earlier on today in pre-practice 1 was down at 17 degrees. We do at least have a little bit more heat in the tarmac. Although it is far from the near 60-degree temperatures we had on the surface in Mandalika. This Phillip Island circuit presents a very different challenge for both man and machine.
Alex now powering out of Siberia. Now you really do start to build up some momentum. This is where you need trust in that Michelin front tyres. You fling it left through 7, then through 8, of course, the old hay shed. Now you start this rise up through Lukey Heights. You don't want to be washing the front out, going through that right-hander of turn 8. He is so fast through that particular section of Phillip Island, 4th gear. 230 kilometers an hour on a MotoGP bike. You're powering through that particular part of the course. Acosta will still be tucked in nicely behind Fabio Di Gianantonio here. He might be exchanging best laps of this session. We'll go down to Jack Bruce shortly. We'll just follow Digia and Acosta though over the line first. Bezzecchi's 127.867, already starting to look pretty vulnerable. Over the line it goes. It is very vulnerable because Digia now leads away, 127.775. Well, history has repeated itself, unfortunately, as far as Bagnaia is concerned. An awful start to FP1 this morning. A shocking start to this practice session this afternoon. You're camped outside the camera.
Yeah, unsurprisingly, they're now prepping that second bike, just like they did, very same story of this morning. He's now done, what, 2 maximum flying laps on that, what is supposedly his #1 machine, but speaks so often in qualifying sections time attack mode at the end of this practice session about how key it can be at times when riders crash earlier on and they only have one motorcycle. It feels as though they're going into certainly for the rest of today, and if they aren't able to find changes for the rest of the weekend, if Bagnaia having one bike in his over, barely even able to find lap on this number one bike he started session on both this morning and this afternoon. So he's now down to number two bike for the remainder of today and seems really at risk of having to take it cautious. One mistake and suddenly he's forced to go and do a lap time on that bike that he's so obviously not comfortable with.
Yeah, good observation. Thanks very much for that, Jack. We can see now Bezzecchi picking up some massive slipstream here, isn't he? Down this Gardner straight behind the 73 of Alex. 73 will lead over the line 72, and with the slipstream, Bez does duly oblige and go back into P1 with a 127.516. The pace is really intensifying here, isn't it? Early on fresh rubber, Bezzecchi out there on that soft rear tyre, which is still relatively fresh after 6 laps completed. While Bez has already lapped a second faster than he managed in FP1 this morning.
Well, the sixes either later this afternoon or in qualifying tomorrow morning. Pecco Bagnaia hasn't got any kind of lap time, but either slow or fast to his name at the moment. So the two factory Ducatis are marooned down at the bottom of the field. Pirro, of course, test rider in for Marc Marquez this weekend is 20th on a 129.7. Pecco Bagnaia out on the bike, which I don't think he wants to see anything but this Ducati for the rest of the weekend.
Tom, he's got no leeway, he's got no room for manoeuvre here, has he? One mistake and he's going to be in massive trouble. He'll have no choice but to go out onto a motorcycle at the moment that just looks like it's trying to chuck him off at every possible moment. Quartararo then coming down the Gardner straight. Spoke to a couple of Quartararo's crew in the lunch break here in Australia, and they said Fabio was very bright and bubbly after his performance this morning in FP1 with good reason. He found that 128.520 with 22 laps on the same set of tyres, so his pace and consistency was very impressive. He said it was the best they've seen Fabio after an FP1 on a Friday morning for a good number of races, which bodes it very, very well as far as the Frenchman's concerned.
Yeah, they're getting a single lap out of a soft rear tyre. He's not a problem for Fabio Quartararo. He's a bit of a qualifying king, isn't he? Probably this season in 2025, we've seen him on pole position on 4 occasions. He'll be sniffing a 5th tomorrow morning, assuming he can get himself into the top 10 in this session. Jack Miller now makes his way onto the Gardner straight, currently sitting in 7th place, and he slots in behind his fellow Yamaha man, 5th and 6th now for the inline M1s.
Two Yamahas in the top 5 this morning. 2 Yamahas once again back inside the top 6. Oh, the rest of them getting on at the moment. Miguel Oliveira is down in 14th place with a 128.662, and Alex Rins. We've got 3 Yamahas inside the top 10. Alex Rins, well, we know that he's a Phillip Island circuit specialist. Wins in all 3 current Grand Prix classes around this magnificent circuit. The Bagnaia, once again, in a bit of a confidence rebuilding mode on that second of his GP25s. Bike number 1, just not pushing it at all as far as the Italian is concerned. Quartararo improved once again, 127.794. Slots him up into P4.
As well, saying at the start of the session in Bagnaia, when he's climbing on this Ducati now, whether it's the first or his second bike, he's climbing on it, hoping it works, hoping it doesn't give him those head shakes, hoping it gives him the front feel and confidence that he's lacked for so much of this season. It almost becomes a bit of a mental block to get on that bike, knowing that it's a bike that you've struggled with for so much of the season and all of today pretty much. Anytime he's been on that first bike, from Bagnaia's point of view, he's been trying to probe off the circuit. On his second bike this morning, he did eventually get up to speed, didn't he? Get himself into 7th place on a 28.5. But once again, he's starting a session on his back foot.
Yeah, he was just under 3/10 behind Miller at the end of play in FP1 this morning. Keep up now down into the bottom gear turn 10, slowest corner around this Phillip Island circuit. There aren't many of them, to be fair. Still to the 3rd, 4th now, he flicks it left through this final corner. This is where the heat generation in the left-hand side, that rear tyre really does. So you have to manage it in those latter laps. Bagnaia going through the gearbox as well. Now that's put him onto the brink of the top 10. So on the second of those 2 GP25s, he's able to find pace. That's actually already his best time of the day, 128.335. The problem is, And it's the only motorcycle that's capable of doing anything like a competitive lap time on.
As Jack mentioned, he doesn't want to crash that one now in the time that remains, because he will be forced to go onto the bike that he clearly despises the look of so far this weekend. Pedro Acosta's had some sort of adventure through this lap at the moment as he tries to overhaul Bezzecchi. Bezzecchi, remind you, with his 2 non-lap penalties to serve in Sunday's Australian Grand Prix. And I guess that the mental pain of the penalties to go with the physical pain of the crash he had in Indonesia will be building, knowing what a competitive package he's got underneath him.
Yeah, it's a shame that lap went away from Acosta because he had set the fastest first sector of the session. Now this is much more like it, isn't it? This looks like Pecco Bagnaia losing confidence now on this spare factory Ducati. Drops down into turn 10. Again, this is going to be a further improvement, it looks like, on his 128.335, which he just set on his previous lap. This will, without any question, unless he fluffs this final corner, which he hasn't done, then moving him inside the top 6 pretty comfortably. Perhaps a handful of fluff now and works up through the 4th, 5th and 6th gear. Over the line we go with Pecco, and it is P5. He's into the 127s.
It's looking rather rosy in the Pecco Bagnaia garden once again. There's a bit of a love-hate relationship with this Phillip Island circuit and this Australian Grand Prix so far. He loves it on bike 2, hates it on bike 1.
He probably would have created that bike 1 and sent it to Kuala Lumpur already for next weekend's Malaysian Grand Prix in Sepang. Here is Raul Fernandez, one of a few riders at the moment that's having a look at the Michelin hard front tyre. It's a real weekend with Mandalika, wasn't it? For the 24-year-old Spaniard, his first sprint podium. What was a Super Saturday for the American team. Sticks in the Mandalika Grand Prix as well, was only his 4th top 6 in 75 Grand Prix. Valencia 2023, Catalonia 2024, and Brno 2025 earlier on this year. The only previous time we've seen Raul slot himself inside the top 6. By far the best weekend of his MotoGP career, wasn't it? Last time out. Well, we now know, not that this is a great surprise, that Diogo Moreira has completed our full 2026 MotoGP lineup, joining Giant Zarco as part of the Honda LCR team. Exciting times for Brazilian fans. Of course, we look to return there next year. I'm sure exciting times for the boss, Lucho Cecchinello, as well as he gets to work with another exciting young rookie. Let's get his thoughts.
Yeah, absolutely. The 2026 grid now confirmed with what we called yesterday, Lucho, the worst kept secret, and we've known for some time that Diogo was going to be making his way to your team. Announced earlier in the week a 3-year deal, which is for a young rookie, but I think that shows the faith that both you and Honda have in Diogo. Well, so that he's able to go too fast with super motor, flat track bikes. Oh, it's a time that is a guy, is a kid that is a great talent, and definitely that he will be able to be faster in MotoGP. Now that he's been confirmed on a 3-year deal, Joan, obviously was announced earlier in the year, on a 2-year deal. It feels as though the team has got some real stability going forward. How important is that you have an understanding that for the next 2 years, imagine you've got 2 riders you can work with and develop and try to find a path forward?
Well, to be honest, Togo signed with on the HRC. HRC asked us to operate Diego in 2026 for sure. About the future, I don't know where the HRC will decide to place Diego. What we just said, we have also 2 years still with Joan Zarco, 26 and 27. Very important for us to yes, ability and then going on with this philosophy. That's very, very important also, not only from the point of view of our, let's say, working flow and working, but also for, to show to the sponsor that we can carry on program and the sponsorship activation always with the same rider.
For such a long time, this side of the box has been great area of the grid for a rider from an Asian background to grow, develop. Obviously, I'm sure this was a difficult decision to go in a slightly different direction next year. Just talk me through how tough it was to make the decision to opt for a different route.
Well, of course, Honda as well, the Dorna are very much interested in providing opportunities to riders in intermedia. The reality is that it's a bit probably early to have a high potential Asian rider. Tomcat definitely has the potential, but definitely we can see that need a little bit more time to learn the category, to learn the bike, and then perhaps that's why Honda HRC decided to move him in Superbike, but they didn't close the door for him to come back here in this side of the garage. So let's hope to start well with Diogo, and never say never to see some Chanta back in our garage.
Just finally, on this weekend, Johan, of course, had great success. His first ever MotoGP win around this place a couple of years ago. He's been taking some time to adapt to this new Honda, I think we can call it, since the summer break. Obviously, some big upgrades have come. You guys got them a little bit later, and it's taken him some time to find the way, been able to maximise that. Do you think you've found the way now? Is it the weekend that presents an opportunity?
It's our intention to find our way back. Honestly, we have some difficult periods, but that's the reality. But we are fully to be back on the top 5, 6 position like we were at the beginning of the year. Definitely, it's not only a matter of a rider, but it's also a matter of our HRC not providing parts. You know, the latest parts are slightly different, but there are not huge differences. Now we have everything, but as well we needed to work more inside of the team and the pit garage. We provided the best package to our rider. I don't want to hide that we questioned some technical choice, and then now we are reconsidering.
Thank you very much, Lucio. Great to have Diogo with us.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, here. Thanks very much, Jack. Thanks to LCR Honda boss Lucio Cecchinello. Well, the good news for Lucio was Johan Zarco was the top Honda this morning. So far this afternoon, he once again is the Honda in 6th place. Made a very good point there, didn't he, Lucio Cecchinello, about the versatility of Diogo Moreira. I remember last winter we went to the Valentino Rossi ranch in Tavuglia for their annual 100-kilometre race special. And Moreira cleaned up, he beat the home heroes. I mean, Valentino Rossi and Luca Marini have been sort of an untouchable dominant force in that special winter event. And Moreira rocked up and he won it. So it just shows that he's pretty adept at multiple disciplines on 2 wheels, isn't he? As Digia now then leads the way at 127.483.
Phillip Island, doesn't he? Fabio Di Gianantonio finished 4th here last year, which was as good as he finished in all of 2024, and it was really the podium here which catapulted him back into MotoGP territory when it looked like he was on his way out of MotoGP, potentially out of the door and looking at potentially a ride at the factory Honda team at the very best. The podium suddenly kept him not only in MotoGP but kept him within the Ducati family.
The swing arm that Pedro Acosta is evaluating here today for the factory KTM squad. Pretty decent fist of it right now, isn't he, Acosta? P3 this morning, P3 so far this afternoon, 127.710, the best from the Spaniard. Good little stint this, being produced by Di Gianantonio. We'll track him over the line entry into down the hill into turn 10. She runs back 2015 with Andrea Iannoni's brilliant late double overtake on Valentino Rossi. Mark Marquez was at the time. Also a race that, let's say 10 years ago, led to a rather controversial Malaysian Grand Prix. that followed shortly thereafter. Because Marc Marquez will not be present in Malaysia to talk about that race next time out in Spain, given that unfortunately Marc sidelined with that right shoulder blade fracture. Gian Antonio, that last lap was a 127.545, which wasn't even a tenth slower than his session best so far. So as mentioned, this is a particularly impressive stint that's being put together right now by the Italian.
Exceptionally good so far. I haven't seen much in this young man so far today, or so far this afternoon. Someone's gone down though in the second sector. We look outside our control's window and into the distance we can see a KTM. We can now see on screens, and it's Pedro Acosta who's gone down in the Miller hairpin.
Success and put laps on that new KTM swing arm. So we say, okay, this should just be. Have a listen, shall we? There, he actually picked the throttle back up as he tried to accelerate, pick up some drive coming out of that Miller corner. Just on the gas, maybe just taking a little bit too much weight off that front tyre. And when he manages to hold on, looks like he also having the presence of mind to keep the clutch in on that RC16 as well. In fact, he's been able to remount. So just a small blip on what's been a very promising day one here so far for Acosta.
Yeah, a lot of wet grass hanging out of his KTM now, which they'll have to remove down there in the factory KTM box. Just as we saw that crash with Acosta, I was referencing the relative lack of fast lap times from Fermin Aldeguer so far this afternoon. That might be about to change for the Indonesian Grand Prix winner.
Told prior to his first season in MotoGP this year, Fermin Aldeguer said if there was going to be one place where he felt like he could break his victory cut, be that first rookie to win in MotoGP, since Roy Martinez did it in 2021. Well, he picked this Phillip Island circuit, which is not a great surprise, given his recent success here at Moto2. I'm also told that there were people within his circle who felt that Mandalika was going to be his best chance, and well, they were right. Somebody got the script absolutely spot on, didn't they? As he prevailed so brilliantly last time out, second youngest rider to win a MotoGP race. 76-year history, the only one rider that's younger than Aldeguer to win the Premier Class. Well, it was none other than Marc Marquez in the Austin Grand Prix all the way back in 2013. This is Aldeguer, you feel, just doing a lot of laps. A lot of laps on worn rubber. His coach Frankie Cargelli has said all season long, I knew we could qualify well, get at least on those first two rows. We've known with our late race pace how strong Aldeguer is on worn tyres, that have a great chance of being frequent podium finishers, frequent victory contenders. When you look at that Mandalika race 2 weeks ago, it was his first and only front row start of the campaign. Even on the top 10 on the grid in Qatar, Jerez, and Le Mans, where he was able to convert that into a sprint and Grand Prix podium. And the top 10 of Silverstone in Aragon. Far too many races where he has just suffered to find a hot lap in time attack mode. Pretty ominous for the wrestler if he can figure it out. If he can be a bit more consistent, shall we say, on the soft rubber towards the back end of practice and Q2 sessions, because we know he is, well, Marc Marquez himself said he's the best Ducati rider at managing the grip late on.
3 Grand Prix prior to Indonesia, he was in qualifying 1 in all of them. If he didn't come through Q1 in Misano, but the 2 Prix either side of that started outside the front 4 rows of the grid. No matter how good you are in MotoGP, so difficult to win Grand Prix or finish on podiums from there. Albeit this might be one of the circuits that can buck that trend. We have seen victories from deep in the pack before. This is one of those circuits where, on any kind of motorcycle, overtaking very much possible.
You can get away with that lead group and you can stay in the slipstream. You just get towed around, certainly in the first 4 sectors around this majestic Phillip Island circuit. There's a reason why it is so majestic. Look at that finish lap here. Accelerating from about 350 kilometers an hour into the iconic Duan corner. There is the nearby Bass Strait to Mir's right-hand side. Anything standing between us and the South Pole really is Tasmania. Far south you are here in this Grand Prix of Australia. Going through Stoke. We're only going to get more jaw-dropping slow-mos of Pedro Acosta. We certainly are. Just watch this in awe as he starts power sliding that Michelin rear tyre. We saw a spectacular slow-mo of Acosta going through there this morning. Marco Bezzecchi having his turn to emulate the legendary Casey Stoner. I don't think there's a corner in Grand Prix history that's been more appropriately named after a rider than turn 3 here. Ireland, Stoner corner. That was where Casey was just unrivaled around this Phillip Island track.
Atkins is going into third place, by the way, out of victory. He's put in a 1:27.565. So 3 Yamahas now in the top 8. Ralph Fernandez, as you can see on the bottom of your screens, has gone for a soft rear tyre. He's gone early. He's up into 7th place. So we've got the Ducati of Gian Antonio from the Aprilia of Bezzecchi, the Yamaha of Rins, and the KTM of Acosta inside your top 4.
Yeah, we've got fastest first sectors for Rins, Bezzecchi and Alex. You just wonder whether a lot of riders here are going early. Have a look at a soft rear tyre, not leaving anything to chance with a potential late yellow flag drama. Bezzecchi still on a used soft rear. Has got a brand new hard fronting though, as Marco Bezzecchi.
He did a 27.5 on his last lap out of the pits with Bezzecchi on a soft rear tyre. He's clearly got plenty of lap on it already. So Bezzecchi underlining that even with the penalties, there's clearly a fast Aprilia underneath him, which he's going to have to be if he's going to overcome those 2 long laps on Sunday.
This from Aldeguer as well. We suspected he was on a pretty used and worn soft rear tyre. He is. He's out there on a fresh front medium. Just look at this pace from Aldeguer. This is going to be his 13th lap of the session. This is about half race distance in the Australian Grand Prix on Sunday. And Aldeguer's got some furious pace, hasn't he? Well, Pedro Acosta, before the little tip-off at turn 4 a few moments ago, was having a real strong day. He's still having a real strong day despite that big Phillip Miller corner, testing a new carbon fibre swing arm. A few whispers about some changes behind the scenes for Brad Binder. Also in 2026, a lot to cover off with KTM factory boss Aki Ayo. I'd like to say Jack Sabine as well, that closer.
Yeah, great to be joined here with Aki off the back of a battling performance from Pedro. Last time out in Indonesia, Aki, it was one of the rides of the day, one of the rides of the season from Pedro to keep that many riders behind him throughout the course of that race. Just so impressed with you with the grit and determination that he showed.
Yes, I would say that I also told yesterday to Pedro that the last 2 races we really see that we find some stability during the season and some progress. Even the last 2 races, not the easiest one, but still I think we are in positive. And let's say, okay, Phillip Island is always really difficult. It's quite challenging, especially with the front tire business. And that's also
How would you describe Pedro's patience at the moment when it comes to getting that first MotoGP victory? Because we saw him on the podium and he wasn't best pleased at the fact that, for me, someone he'd grown up with, someone that he knew so well throughout those younger years, managed to beat him to that accolade. He wants to win, that's obvious, but it feels as though KTM just isn't ready right now to win. How are you managing?
for sure he wants it a lot. Pedro is still just his 2nd year running now. So it's not easy, but I would like to repeat what I said before, that he is somehow living now, let's say, his most natural moments. And maybe beginning of the year, there was the moments that was not easy to control. Also for him, everything all the time, and was a bit more nervous. But now I see that he's there. Mistake happens, and mistakes are part of the process. But I have to say that I feel more mature.
As the guys mentioned, there's a lot of talk coming into this weekend. We might see some changes with regards to Brad's crew next year. Potentially Phil Maron moving across from the World Superbike paddock to be his crew chief. Can you confirm those rumours?
We are fully focused for this year now, and let's see what happens in November. And of course, sometimes in teams inside is happening some, let's say, person changes also, but it's too early to talk about this 4 races.
In a difficult year for Brad, would the idea behind any potential changes to try and that spark back?
let's say that it's normal process with everyone, whatever working style. Okay, sometimes even people, but like I say, too early to talk about these changes. And now, as you can see in the last races, Brad is really focusing for the consistency, and I'm really happy for the progress.
Just finally, on this weekend, all throughout this year, we've seen the KTM maybe struggle through the long, fast-flowing corners. Here is all about those fast-flowing corners, but so far we've seen both Pedro and Brad look quite competitive.
These guys are quite happy, and especially when they compare to last year, they feel the bike is much more stable, which is really important here in the fast track. Also the wind, also cold conditions, and they are quite happy about let's say the performance, but especially the stability.
Thanks, Aki.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks very much, Jack. Thanks as always to KTM boss Aki Ayer. The one thing we do know that KTM won't be lacking around Phillip Island is some brute horsepower down that Gardner Straight. In fact, looking at the top speed charts at the moment, we've got 4 KTMs inside the top 5. Bastianini, Acosta and Pol Espargaro, alongside Jack Miller, actually, have all done top speeds of 349.5 kilometers an hour. Just a little bit behind that is Binder with 347.3. Now look all the way down though to something like Fabio Quartararo on the factory Yamaha, who at the moment is 7th quickest. Quartararo is giving up 10 kilometers an hour down the Gardner Straight. It just shows how the agility of that Yamaha works so well in different parts of the racetrack here in Phillip Island. Rather surprisingly, 2 Gresini Ducati GP24 in the hands of Aldeguer and Alex Marquez are only sort of, well, they're right down the tail end of the speed track figures at the moment. 340.7 from those 2 Spaniards, so they're pretty much 9Ks down on the rapid KTMs.
Side of Fabio Gianantonio, who's done 346, all of the factory defectors getting a minimum 8 kilometers an hour. Morbidelli and Bagnaia are only a kilometer quicker than the Gresini bikes through there, so unusual to see the Ducati so far down. Of course, we don't know, I wonder why the likes of Jack Miller set the top speeds they did. For what we know, he might well have been towed down that main straight, which enabled him to set that top speed. What we do know, though, is that this KTM is rapid from corners, or particularly in a straight line, and we are about to go straight with Pedro Acosta. Here's Pol Espargaro in his Tech 3 KTM, who's knocking on the door of the top 10. He sits in P11. Pedro Acosta, though, potentially to close the gap between himself and Fabio Gianantonio. 37, back on track after his crash, back into the 127s.
It's been a great practice session so far for 2 of our Italians. Gianantonio leading Bersecchi. 2 other vastly experienced Italians are suffering a little bit on day 1 here. Morbidelli, after his confidence-draining crash in the Duan corner this morning, well, he's only 19th fastest. And Paul Rodinea, Bastianini, well, his slump recently on the Tech 3 KTM shows no signs of abating. What on earth has happened to the beast, who was so brilliant on the sprint podium in Brno, on the Grand Prix podium in Catalonia? Since that 3rd place in Barcelona, Bastianini has crashed in 2 of the last 3 sprints, 2 of the last 3 Grand Prix, and at the moment he's an abysmal 20th place, 1.6 seconds behind the Gianantonio.
Miserable time at the moment for the big. Water clear of Bastianini on the same bike.
Less than a second, split the top 17 at the end of play this morning. Less than a second covering the top 17 once again. Just afternoon. Johan Zarco at the moment. Next place in about 22 minutes time will be job done as far as he's concerned. Self directly through into Q2. Well, I'm sure there were some pretty wild celebrations long into Sunday night and into Monday morning as far as the Gresini racing team are concerned. In Manlica a couple of weeks ago, a double podium led home, of course, by Fermin Aldeguer's historic maiden success. let's get the thoughts post Mandalika and pre-Phillip Island for the boss, Michele Massini with Jack.
Yeah, I actually understand that a lot of the team had to shoot away on Sunday night from Indonesia, Michele, so you all had a big get-together on Tuesday here at Phillip Island. So how are those sort of delayed celebrations from the great weekend in Indonesia earlier this week?
So we have a great night also here. You know, here in Phillip Island we always eat all together in the houses, so funny, but now we have to back focus for the and I think that today will not start so bad. I think that they're in the fun now kind of different starting front, but
Firmin has great form around this place from time in Moto2, of course, now MotoGP winner as well. Is it a slightly different way to attack the weekend time around?
Yeah, I think of course a lot of motivation from him, but it's I think that it's our work to keep with the ground, but we know the potential, we see the potential, but the important is that we work in this way, in this direction. In this process, I mean, every time when we find different conditions, we have to be smart to solve the problem. I think that in the kind of, I mean, clever, step by step to know the MotoGP class category, and we are really proud of it.
When I spoke to you on Sunday after Firmin came across the line, the first thing you mentioned was the fact that now every single rider in the Ducati era has won a MotoGP race. That was something clearly in the forefront of your mind. How proud are you and the team that you have this magic touch? Whoever comes, you're able to turn them into winners.
Yeah, of course, can be more proud of this, because I think that we achieve at least one GP win every rider, and I think that yes, we have a couple of achieved this, but we
well, congratulations. Hopefully those secrets keep on working, Michele.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks, as always, to Gresini boss Michele Massini in that Gresini winning enclosure. As to Nini, of course, Fabio Di Antonio, Mark and Alex Marquez, throwing Fermin Aldeguer as well. Fortunately for the Aussie fans, unfortunately for us, of course, these two factory Ducatis running together on circuit. It's not Bagnaia and Marc Marquez. You look at number 51, 39-year-old test and development rider Michele Firo, stepping in to replace the injured number 93. Michele Firo actually did race here in Phillip Island in a 125cc category 20 years ago, all the way back in 2005. So not his first rodeo around Phillip Island, but his first start here since 2012. He finished in World Supersport as well. As we look at our fastest rider so far on day one here in Australia, Fabio Di Antonio. And we get a little bit of a calm before the storm. Time attacks incoming very, very quickly, and it is tight at the top, of course. Just a quick reminder, the top 10 will advance directly through into tomorrow morning's Q2 session. A top 10 at the moment, which is not even split by half a second, down from Digia to Zarco in 10th spot.
Those signs, those images once again that we see of Pecco Bagnaia walking into his box, sitting in his chair, Ducati technicians swarm around him. It almost gives me the kind of vibe of a waiter bringing a plate of food to a food critic and say, please, Pecco, tell me that you liked it. Pecco so many times today has said, unfortunately, the answer is no.
Beautiful shot, what a lovely shot that one is. Juan Mir's right knee slider just kissing and skimming across the tarmac. Around 4.4 kilometre Phillip Island circuit. He gets set for the time attacks incoming. Jack Miller currently out on circuit. Well, he's already given the home fans plenty to raise their voice about here on day one. Fastest this morning with that 128.281. As we suspected, the goalposts have shifted considerably since this morning, with Gian Antonio leading away with 127.4. But Jack Mills is what we need to be looking at right now. The home crowd favourite, here he is. We pick him up there now, attacking hard through this tyre finishing a left-hander. Miller with a fresh medium front tyre. Brand new softer rear tyre put into his comeback Yamaha. And this could be P1 once again so far for Miller. I've only go second, the 127.506. Well, that's a big early banker lap fired in then by Miller.
We already have down to 10th place Luca Marini. They're all in the 127s. Marini on a 27.840, just 3.5 tenths off. But we're going to be dealing in very fine margins here. Thousandths of a second are going to make the difference. Less than a tenth covered your top four. Come from Ralph Fernandez in 6th, down to Marini in 10th, just a tenth of a second.
Spargo not even half a second behind Digit at the moment, but he's down in 12th place. Is the Vinales injury replacement. Here is Bastianini stopping at the moment on day one here in Australia. With Somkiat Chantra at the moment, the Honda World Superbike bound tie rider who is behind the beast, and that just was completely unsettling, wasn't it? Just no way he was going to get that KTM stop down a hill into turn 10. Nervous, twitchy as he came through the blind entry through Lukey Heights. We'll regroup here and try and find a lap time as the beast. 29.019 was his best time this morning. Man, Bastianini so far has not been able to improve his pace so far this afternoon. Gives you kind of an indication just how deep the hole the beast finds himself in.
I would have been Barcelona improved something a full storm, didn't it? For Renea. The language is down now, 1.6 seconds off the pace of this man. And Gian Antonio, certainly nothing wrong with his Ducati GP25 at the moment. The field looking so close. Can't say with certainty, but a 127.483 is going to put him through to Q2 with recent performances and improvements of the likes of Miller and Rins on their Yamahas, who both put in 127.5s. One small mistake in this final 15 minutes. It's almost the true qualifying session coming up now, with top 10 places on the line. Moving half a metre off the ideal line through some of these corners. The Q2 place could go missing.
Shows top speed sometimes. Having a rocket ship underneath you counts for very little at times in MotoGP. And AF Bastianini is plonked on top of the fastest motorcycle on day one here in Phillip Island. If you look at the speed charts, the problem is negotiating the 12 corners is what's proving very problematic right now for the beast. Because P1 through the speed charts, through 12 corners though, P21 as far as the Italian is concerned. Pace is starting to really hot up there now here in Phillip Island. We pick up Miller down into the first gear, turn 10. That was all beautifully done there by the number 43. Knee and elbow kissing the tarmac through 11. And now it's just all about managing the traction, managing the grip on the left-hand side of those Michelin tyres. This another exceptional lap being delivered by Miller. Just took a little bit of time in the fourth sector on his previous circuit. Took himself into second place. He's now P1 though. Miller, P1 at this morning. P1 so far this afternoon, a 127.406. Aussie. Oi.
Enjoy it while you can, though, Australian fans. I think Marco Bezzecchi might be about to change that. Here comes the factory Aprilia rider. He might be better going as low into the low 27s. Rins going quickly too on his factory Yamaha. We're on board then with Bez, who's not thinking about it too long, that penalty at the moment. He gets down to a 27.0 now. Top spot from Rins, who takes second place. It's Yamaha's 2 and 3.
Tough lap that by Bez. Almost the first rider in MotoGP history here in Phillip Island to find a lap in the 126s. That would be some benchmark. When he had a historic pole position last time out in Manalika, didn't he, Marco Bezzecchi? Nothing wrong with the RSGP's one-lap pace. Putting together another stonking lap right now is Bez as we pick up Zarco down into turn 10 we go. Zarco in 11th place, only 600th behind fellow Honda rider Luca Marini. Like that as well, wasn't it? Rins was just up nicely in behind Marco Bezzecchi on that factory. Probably that sucked around Rins to an excellent second place. Bezzecchi, we're on course for 26 here. Alex Rins behind him as well is flying. We could get a pair of 126s very quickly. We follow Zarco over the line. We need to be picking up Bezzecchi and Rins right now because those two are flying, absolutely flying. Here comes Brad Binder then through the final corner we go.
Bezzecchi
4 tenths up. He is absolutely mollering this. He's got Alex Rins for company as well. Please come and go and see Marco Bezzecchi, who is on course for history here. A 1:26 lap, surely incoming from the number 72. Over the line he goes, and we're about to witness history here in Phillip Island. He has absolutely demolished, destroyed the previous all-time lap record. Jorge Martin's 1:27.246. Now looks pedestrian, doesn't it? Marco Bezzecchi has just delivered a showstopper. 1:26.580. What was an ultra close practice session here in Phillip Island has now become a one-man demolition job. Alex Rins is still second. The only rider though that's within 8/10 of Bezzecchi. What a lap!
He can still win with the 2 non-lap penalties. If he's got that sort of pace this weekend, he might still be able to jump back on at the front of the field on Sunday afternoon. Pecco Bagnaia, who are on board with Ben, has now been shuffled out of the top 10. But we haven't seen anything remotely resembling a time attack from Bagnaia so far. He's now a 2.25 adrift of his fellow Italian.
Bezzecchi 7/10 faster than what was that previous all-time lap record. I mean, you were sort of thinking maybe a 1:26.8 or 1:26.9 would be impressive on day one here in Australia. 1:26.5. Talk about moving the goalpost from Marco Bezzecchi.
Quartararo's not a million miles away, though. He could be about to be the second rider into the 26s, and with no disrespect intended to Alex Rins and Jack Miller, if they're finding low 27s, then surely there's a 26 up the sleeve of the fast Frenchman, Fabio Quartararo. We're keeping an eye on Acosta too, as he's on course potentially too to get himself into the 26s, but the number 20 is chasing a 26. Quartararo across the line, it's a 26.9 for the 2021 world champion.
Cannot lay a glove though, can they, on Bezzecchi right now? I mean, that was Quartararo all in. Found the second ever 1:26 lap around Phillip Island, but he still needs 3.5 of a second behind Bezzecchi. Raul Fernandez there on the 25 Trackhouse of Aprilia. Top job by Raul to squeeze up into 4th place. Acosta then now is 5th. Aldeguer, who was on the front row last time out in Mandalika, completes your top 6. Miller, who was briefly leading this session, has now then been nudged back to 7th place.
Bagnaia is now on a brand new software tyre, but as you can see, not getting much out of it on this first time lap, so expect one from Bagnaia on lap 2. Zarco looking to get himself back into the top 10. 0.8 of a second off does sound like a lot, but of course Bezzecchi has completely moved the goalpost. Zarco takes 12th place, so Gian Antonio, who remember when those time attacks began, Dici was on top of this practice session. He's now back to 8th. He's only half a tenth clear of potentially being in qualifying 1.
That's a heck of a lap time, isn't it, by Bezzecchi? Fair play for Quartararo also to get himself into the 26s as well. We saw how strong Fabio was on the used rubber in FP1 this morning. Back to the Yamahas, 2nd and 3rd on a Friday practice. When was the last time we were able to say that? Alex Rins, well, he did his 1:27 lap right in the slipstream of Bezzecchi's sensational factory of Aprilia. Here's Alex looking to take another giant leap towards 2nd place in the World Championship this weekend here in Australia. We'll track with 73 now over the line, and Alex finds a 1:26 himself, and that's pushed the Spaniard up into 3rd place, 1:26.974.
Apologies for the lack of timing graphics that goes on the screens at the moment, but it's Bezzecchi, Quartararo, Alex Marquez, Rins, Fernandez, Acosta, Aldeguer, Miller, Di Gianantonio and Marini. That is currently your top 10. Binder 11s from Zarco, Bagnaia, Paul Spargaro and Miguel Oliveira. We're on board now with Pecco Bagnaia, still getting nothing out of the soft rear tyre he's currently on.
Bagnaia 13 at the moment. He's got to find at least 3.5-4 of a second, you feel. He sweeps back in to pit lane. And that's the end of that particular stint. So, after a record-busting 1:26.580 from Marco Bezzecchi, it is Bez, Quartararo, Alex, Rins and Marquez 3rd and 4th, Fernandez, Acosta, Aldeguer, Miller, Gianantonio and Marini. Those 10 at the moment in the pound seat, but that surely will chop and change. Marco Bezzecchi, I mean, how much of a handicap will the double long lap be? Of course it will be, but I mean, given that pace, it's the Gianantonio finds himself back inside the top 3 as well. He becomes our 4th rider of this record-breaking session to find a 1:26. Gianantonio, Quartararo and Alex Marquez all doing 126.9s, which is an incredibly impressive and hot pace here in Australia. Nowhere near Marco Bezzecchi, but in fact, nobody is. Let's go back to Jack.
Yeah, this performance from Bez, even more impressive. I caught up with him very briefly in the lunchtime break, and he said that the track was in absolute agony. He's still really feeling the effects of that high-speed crash with Park just now. The fact he's able to do what he's able to, I've been far from 100%, and more impressive. Incredible from Bez.
Yeah, there's confirmation. Thanks very much, Jack. I mean, he's destroyed that all-time lap record by 0.666 seconds. Well, he was riding like the devil, wasn't he, on that particular lap. Of course, Marco Bezzecchi, a couple of weeks ago in Mandalika in qualifying, delivered the first and only ever 128 lap of the Mandalika International Circuit. He's the first rider in history in Phillip Island to find a lap in the 126, and that 126.580, that is going to take some beating. Nobody still within 0.3 of a second of the Italian.
Dramney didn't beat it, although he does do his best lap of the day so far, 27.4. Slightly surprising the lack of Honda pace so far this afternoon. Mir is the top Honda at the moment in this session. Mir, Marini and Zarco, 10th, 11th and 13th. Of course, with the absence of Marc Marquez, Jorge Martin, Maverick Vinales and Bezzecchi's penalties, Honda would have been amongst those looking at this weekend as a major opportunity. It's not an opportunity that they're grasping at the moment.
The factory Ducatis filter out of pit lane, just under 6 minutes then now remaining of this session. It's Marquez, he might well feel that his 126.974 is already good enough to get himself directly through Q2. Taking no chance though, will they, down in that Grazzini Racing Garage. The Gian Antonio looking to attack tomorrow in Q2 for what will be just his third front row starts of the campaign. Second on the grid in Austin, third on the grid most recently at the Balaton Park circuit in Hungary. Of course,
Hero on the floor.
Hero's gone down at Miller Corner. Quite a long way around the corner there, so maybe a bit like a Costa. That's just losing the front as he's got back up the gas. He's just ahead here, isn't he? Or just behind, I should say, Bagnaia.
He's on an outlap, this Pirro, on that hard front tyre, whether he just hasn't got the temperature into it. That's the first right-hander that he'll have come to since leaving the pits. Slump for the head from Davide Tardozzi, who's not enjoying his Friday afternoon in Phillip Island, is he?
Not enjoying it as much as a rider who's just gone through your screens there. The 72 factory Aprilia of Marco Bezzecchi. You're never ever going to get tired of watching this slow motion shot, are you? Oh, that's how hard Acosta is pushing. He's looking for his first 126 lap around this Phillip Island circuit. It's worth the admission fee alone, isn't it? Just to see Acosta in full flow on the factory KTM through Stoner Corner. Here is Bagnaia then now tips the factory Ducati into the Duan corner. It's 14th at the moment for Bagnaia, 127.816, a mile behind Bezzecchi's best pace, 1.236 seconds to be precise. A bit of a scrubbed-in hard front tyre now, 3 laps already on that hard front.
Not getting much out of it on the first sector of this lap, so Bagnaia at the moment going to stay where he is in 14th place. We've got most of that's to the first sector for Miller, for Paul Espargaro, for Brad Binder, who at the moment is outside of the top 10. Binder down in 12th, which would be something of a surprise given how strong he was earlier on today. Quite a few riders outside that top 10 you wouldn't expect to be based on their recent performances. Marini 11th, Binder 12th, Bagnaia down in 14th place, all desperately needing some late improvements with 3.5 minutes remaining.
Shows how tight it is though. Binder not even a 10th of a second outside that top 10. In T12, one rider that's in a bit of a danger zone is Miller in 9th place. Miller is putting together a potential best lap of the session so far for the Aussie, and he needs it because he's right on the cusp in 9th. Best from Miller so far, 127.406. Will track Bagnaia through the final corner, just about across the line. Ahead of him is Jack Miller on board now then with the Aussie. Stays in P9. Now that was his best lap of the session, 127.330. Well, we know he can't relax, but just in the 3 minutes of the session remaining, not a given this, the Miller's through.
So that all-time lap record of Martin at the start of the day has been beaten by 7 riders, all the way down to Acosta, who's done a 27.1. So you're going to have to be lapping at previous lap record pace just to get yourself in to Q2 at this rate. Raul Fernandez, a rider worth watching. He's going very well halfway around the lap as he looks to climb up from P6.
2023 Australian Grand Prix winner in that memorable Saturday encounter. He came charging through, as a whole host of riders did do late on, to pick off the fast-fading Jorge Martin, who bolted at the front on that Michelin soft rear tyre. Look at this from Bagnaia now. This would be, talk about a bolt out of the blue. Bagnaia's halfway through the 3rd sector right now on that factory Ducati. Raul Fernandez consolidates his place in Q2. Fernandez with a 127, the flat. Costa has nailed sector 2 as well. His name pops up at the bottom of your screens. Bagnaia, this is not going to be threatening Bezzecchi's 126.5. You won't care about that. Imperative for Bagnaia at the moment is just get himself inside that top 10. We'll track the 63 then now through the final corner. Is this going to be good enough to push Taco inside the all-important top 10? Over the line he goes. It is 14th to 7th, a 127.132.
Bizarre day this has been for Pecco Bagnaia, but all well it ends well at the moment. Acosta lost time in that final sector. In the second half of the lap, it all fell away. He's now in relatively precarious positions down in P8 at the moment. He's only safe by a quarter of a second.
Miller still breathing a big sigh of relief. He's still inside that top 10. He's not anymore though. He is not anymore. Miller's gone down into 11. It's Paul Espargaro. It is the KTM comes out the home hero. Miller then gets pushed out late on here with less than 60 seconds of this dramatic record-breaking practice session here in Phillip Island. So now Miller has been pushed back down to 11th place. Mir, oh, there was a moment on the rear tyre there as he squeezed a handful of throttle coming through turn 11. That's going to cost him precious time then now. 13th place as far as Mir is concerned. Over the line he goes. There's going to be no improvement from the Spanish rider.
Fair play, Paul Espargaro, the fastest KTM on this Friday afternoon in Phillip Island. Bagnaia has rolled off. I think he's in the final 2 corners there, so he might just get round for one more lap. But seeing what happened on this most recent run into Miller corner turn 4, he completely overshoots it. He even overshoots the long lap penalty loop. Bagnaia not completely safe for the moment in 8th place, nor is Aldeguer, who's right on the cusp in 10th.
Bezzecchi ain't done yet. He's just at the second, or the fastest second sector of the session. Now the fastest 3rd sector of the session. There's in a 126.580. He's not good enough as far as Team Factory Aprilia is concerned. He's looking to rub his rivals' nose in right now here, isn't he, in Australia. Here is Binder over the line. He's out of it. Binder is not going to go through then into Q2. Bezzecchi, though, can he find an improvement on this current lap? Bez over the line. He does. A 126.492, just for good measure. Marco Bezzecchi breaks his own all-time lap record. What a session by Bez. Absolutely outstanding.
Marini's taken 7th and bumped Aldeguer around. Aldeguer's now down to 11th place. Now he is on a personal best to the 1st sector, but the Indonesian Grand Prix winner is staring Q1 in the face here.
Raul Fernandez is going through to Q2, no doubt about that. It's been impressive once again.
Costa might be out too.
By the Spaniard. Here's Acosta then down in 10th place here. What about Mir? Can he forfeit to put himself inside the top 10? No, just picks up 1 place. 14th then. All eyes on Aldeguer. Raul Fernandez. A brilliant 126.783 from the Trackhouse rider. Fresh off his first sprint podium, his first MotoGP podium of any sort. Last time out in Manlica. Fernandez safely through in 2nd. Now this is going to be very, very close. He cannot afford a simple mistake here, a single mistake in this final set. Kenny Aldeguer, estimated P9. He has to nail this 4th sector. Down the Gardner straight he goes. The Mandalika over the line. He is out. Aldeguer did not nail that final sector, and Fermin Aldeguer, well, there's nothing in it at all, but Aldeguer is in Q1 by just 5 thousandths of a second. There is Frankie Cardicelli busy with the notebook there inside the Gresini Ducati garage. So Aldeguer then has to settle for 11th place, but on a completely different level, operating in a session of 1 really. Marco Bezzecchi, absolutely phenomenal in Phillip Island. A 126.5, absolutely destroyed Jorge Martin's old lap record set here 2 years ago. And then, as mentioned, just for good measure, he went even quicker right at the death. A 126.492 from Bez. Just a reminder, of course, he will have the double long lap penalty to serve on Sunday after his involvement with Marc Marquez. But if he's going to do 126s, like he was in that session, 2 long laps ain't going to bother him too much, are they? 2 Aprilias, first and second. No wonder Paolo Bonora, Aprilia race boss, has got a big smile on his face. The Gian Antonio is third. Macararo fourth. Also directly through the Q2 go Alex Marquez, Alex Rins, Luca Marini, Espargaro, what a performance. Pecco Bagnaia rescues his day in 9th place, with Pedro Acosta into Q2 by just 5 thousandths of a second. But what a performance, what a lap, what a 2 laps that was late on from Marco Bezzecchi. Let's get the thoughts of Paolo Bonora, who's with Jack.
Yeah, just brilliant. Once again, the Aprilia Marco on another level, Paolo.
Unbelievable. He repeated an unbelievable lap. He beat the record 2 times. So it is that he has the bike, he has enough confidence with the bike. To be honest, our bike was good also. Many results, but we suffered a little bit less than other tracks here from the fluent corner. And to be honest, he feel immediately good the first lap. So thanks to him, to his energy, he has to put more energy than the standard and the usual, because during the long race he has to take the 2 long laps. So he has to beat the record many times, also during the long distance. I'm joking, but it is important for him to show to everybody that he's part of the game, and he feels good with the bike. Very good mood during this part of the season.
Genuine question, Paolo. Can he win on Sunday?
Very difficult, to be very honest and be very realistic. It's very difficult. We tried many times to do the long lap also during this morning, during this afternoon. It seems to be that we lose minimum 5 seconds. So he has to beat the record, as I said to you before. For all the distance of the long race, it is very difficult, but we try our best.
Why not?
Thanks.
Very difficult, but not impossible. Marco Bezzecchi with an absolutely fantastic Friday here in Phillip. Not all good news, unfortunately, as far as the factory Aprilia team are concerned. You just saw there on the graphic on screens, Aprilia confirming earlier on today that unfortunately Jorge Martin, the 2024 MotoGP World Champion, will also miss next weekend's Grand Prix in Malaysia at the Sepang International Circuit. His hard work is going to be suffering. That's a lovely embrace between Bez and Aprilia Racing CEO Massimo Rivola. You just saw how gingerly Bez got off that Aprilia RSGP at the end of that session. That pain, which has been carrying since the first corner of the sprint in Motegi, when he got a right on wallop from his teammate Jorge Martin. The reason why Jorge Martin is not taking part in this Australian Grand Prix or in Sepang next weekend. Espargaro, absolutely sensational. And by the standing rider for Maverick Vinales. KTM, 8th place.
Only one through.
Just brilliant. Acosta was 10. Acosta scraped through by the skin of his teeth. 5 thousandths between him and Aldeguer. 12s. That Miller missing out though. Crowd favourite, having been P1 this morning, has to settle for 13th. Marco Bezzecchi settles for an incredible display. Record-breaking performance at top practice and sail in the Q2.
Brilliant 1-2. Bezzecchi by a mile, but Ralph Fernandez was next best in second. Gian Antonio third. Fabio's 3 and 4 with Quartararo and Yamaha 4th. Alex Marquez 5th from Alex Rins 6th. Back to Yamaha's in the top 6. Marini did rescue 7th ahead of Paul Espargaro, the First to the KTM, Bagnaia in ninth, but Acosta did scrape through, spared by Aldeguer's weak final sector on his final lap. In the 12th from Miller, Mir, Zarco and Oliveira. Frankie Morbidelli having an anonymous Friday, down in 17th. Then of Aigura, Lorenzo Savadori, a miserable Friday for Enea Bastianini. Michele Pirro we saw go down at turn 4, 21st, ahead on Solskjaer.
Bezzecchi flying then here in Phillip Island, the 126. 4.92, nearly 3/10 clear of the chasing pack. Good long look at different front tyre options in that section, didn't he? A medium front, he did a bunch of laps on, the hard front as well, he got a lot of mileage on too, and he was just unstoppable when he went onto a brand new soft rear tyre. 126.5, followed by 126.4.
On the back of his first sprint podium in Indonesia, Ralph Fernandez picking up where he left off when he went across the soft rear tyre at the end. He got himself into the 26s within 3/10 of Bezzecchi as the Aprilias dominate on day one.
On the front row as well, last time out, of course, in Mandalika, wasn't he, Ralph Fernandez? That Fabio for Gian Antonio, looking for just his third front row start of the season in tomorrow's Q2. He goes safely through the work done on a medium front soft rear tyre, the only part of that section of Digia. He was one of 5 riders to find laps in the 126s.
No top speed, but no problem for Fabio Quartararo, who did all of his work on worn tyres, but plenty of laps. You see there, 18 of them on a soft rear tyre. When he put brand new rubber on, Quartararo completed a 5-rider group in the end, who were all in the 126s.
Well, he might have a double long lap penalty to serve coming up this weekend, Marco Bezzecchi, but he was ultra rapid in the first split. Pedro Acosta leading the way with that 18 horsepower from Bagnaia in third.
Lost the top two, sector 2 as well. Surely clearly nothing wrong with the KTM in the first half of the lap.
Bezzecchi, though, strong in the final half. Quickest in sectors 3 and 4.
Alex Rins second through that sector 4 as he put his Yamaha through into the top 6.
Well, he might have a pain in the back, but he's proving to be a pain for his MotoGP rivals around this Phillip Island circuit. What a phenomenal Friday at Phillip Island for Marco Bezzecchi and the factory Aprilia team. An all-time lap record of 126.492 bears a massive favourite for back-to-back poles in Indonesia and here in Australia. We'll see you for Sprint Saturday tomorrow.
は立場を分からせる必要があるようだ。の壊滅は免れないかと思い、攻撃、ムカデ長老で跡形もなくし、しかし広がりの方はシルバーファンギがさあどうするつもりだ。このヒーローも駆られて東京会が
太郎はもはや人ではなく怪人だかりしかもし次に現れた時はハイレベルをいあここに及んで商売でもしてたファングがだろ出たのはとしっかりとや手を与えてくれました。で画廊が怪人都会の敵力となって立ちはだかることはほぼない。それだけでもプラスに考えられれば。
ブラストを呼べよ、ブラスト。トップランカーなのに全然動かないそうじゃないか。
ブラストを命令で動かすことは不可能。彼は完全でしかヒーロー活動を行わないのです。とにかく触覚を拒み目立つことも嫌いなので名簿にも非公開とし、もちろん別扱いするだけの価値が彼にあると判断の上です。しかし本当に人類に助けが必要な時は彼も動いてくれます。
その時だろう。我が息子が怪人に連れ去られたんだぞ。24時間で立とうとしているのに僕が突入せんとは何事だ。
発足は必ず。
君は
今回の救出作戦の指揮を取らせている責任があるという。どうぞお見知り。
ああ、作戦も何もないです。私がさーっと言ってちょっとまとめて片付けてくるわよ。アジトの特定はまだなの？
手が大事
それで長老がたどった地球を探査ロボットで掘り進めているんだけど、範囲が広くて1回以来だっけ？
アジトって Z 市のゴーストタウンのどこかにあるんでしょ？あらきにしてあげよう。
人質がいるので行動を。
そうでもしない部分にならないしね。怪人